All right, welcome everybody. Thank you for being here this evening. Please stand for the pledges. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Okay, thank you. Please be seated. All right, City Secretary, we have a quorum this evening with all council members present. City Secretary, proof of notice of meeting.
Thank you, Mayor. The notice of this meeting was posted by 2 p.m. on Friday, May 17th.
Great, thank you. City Secretary, do we have any public comments?
First up, we have Beatrice Greasing commenting on item 11C, and she is in board form.
Okay, so Beatrice, if you would come on up, please go ahead and state your name and record and ward, please, into the microphone.
Beatrice Grising, Ward 4. I have a few issues with zoning. I'm trying to get everything straightened out on my property, but it has become Alpine's, my finances have become Alpine's continuous, how can I say? It's a continuous roller coaster of different situations coming abreast that no one can give me any answers to. I have individuals in zoning that do not have historical files, and you single source yourself to one individual, which is Geo, to find out anything on zoning. And don't your offices can maintain their own files to where they can refer to them versus sending an individual who has gone to that office to get information is now being sent to the city office to put in a request for so-called public information, which is my information that I'm asking for. I'm not asking for anybody else's information, but just mine at this time. I don't understand the process. Can somebody explain it to me?
We can't respond to you during public comments.
Okay, so how long is it going to take you to respond to my questions that I'll pose today? Oh, you can't.
City Secretary.
If you'd like, I can respond to you, and you've indicated that you'd also like a council member to call you back, so I can definitely forward that to your council member as well.
And
Okay,
you're
that
in
would
Ward
be great.
4. Okay.
Okay. I have an issue on my property, which we've had for 93 years. And I need to get that straightened. It has to do with a non-existing alley that has never been there. My grandfather, who purchased that property and had goats at the time and behind the store, built a goat pen back there, and it's sitting right in the so-called alley that doesn't exist. And we've owned that land for over 93 years. I need some kind of guidance from somebody in this arena to tell me exactly what we have to do so that there won't be any more questions about that piece of land. Also, when you do your rezoning, where do you find the actual rezoning justification? And also who does this? Is it just do you hire some planning professionals, or is it just the city staff, or who puts this together? Is what I need to know as well. And when they rezoned, I have an issue right now because in 75, we were zoned for, my mother requested a trailer park acceptance, and it was done in 1975. Now I'm being told by the permit clerk that you can't have it. Well, then when I destroyed the one trailer that I had there, at Polanco's request. I was told I could put it back in there. I have 10 lots. I own them all. And they've been in the family for over 93 years. The
Okay,
thing,
that's your time.
that's it.
Yes,
Dang.
Thank you.
That was
Your
short.
council person will reach out to you.
Now, can I ask the one little question?
We
Do I
can't
give this
respond.
paperwork, can I give this paperwork to Jill?
Sure.
Okay.
All right, any other public comments?
That concludes public comments.
Okay, thank you, City Secretary. All right, so we're moving on to public presentations. There are no presentations and recognitions. Is there anybody here from Community Action Month? Community Action Group? Okay, the city has a proclamation to be read if a member was present, and what I want to state about that is that May is recognition of Community Action Month. All right, so moving on to mayor announcements. City Secretary, please put 3 minutes on the clock. First of all, I want to thank the Water Department for everything that they have done over the last 4 or 5 days, everything they do all the time, but especially the last 4 or 5 days, which have been incredibly difficult in regards to water leaks and maintaining water in wells. Without them, we would be in a world of trouble. These individuals work hard and they work consistently and constantly, especially when there's a leak. So I want to send a shout out to them. Thank you for all that you do. And also to the community. I want to give you thanks for being so patient and so understanding, and also for being so generous and volunteering water to people. I know that Sarah Bowe and Dr. Gluck offered water for anybody who needed it. And that's what Alpine's all about. We pull together and we help each other. So thank you. All right, moving on to city manager announcements.
Just a few things. Alpine Police Department will be holding a blood drive May 28th from 11 to 3 p.m. and May 29th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the police station at 309 West Sul Ross. Just a reminder that our lead and copper surveys are due by May 31st, 2024. If you've already completed them and turned them in, we greatly appreciate that. It really does help with our lead and copper inventory that we're required to file with PCQ. We will have a tire amnesty event coming up. It will start June 1st, 2024. There are some regulations to this. This is in conjunction with the Rio Grande Council of Governments. Residents will be allowed to bring 4 residential tires to the recycling center. All the information is going to be available through the Environmental Services Facebook page, and we'll have it on our city website as well. Just kind of give you guys the heads up, if you've got some tires sitting at home that you want to get rid of, as long as they're not on the rims, you can drop them off at a recycle center for free as part of the tire amnesty. It's one of those, bring them till it's full. Once it's full, the event will end. And upcoming on June 15th, in conjunction with our Alpine Police Department, TxDOT, and Sul Ross, they will be hosting a community-wide bicycle rodeo at Sul Ross State University. Our police department in the past has done it specifically for the children. They do car seats at the same time, your helmet, and a little bit of safety education for our children. This time, TxDOT's reached out to work with Alpine PD, and they are going to do it as a community as a whole. So it's every child from 0 to 100 is invited to participate. The information is available through the police department Facebook page, as well as our city website. Or you can contact the TxDOT coordinator, which is Adriana Rodriguez, and that information is also available on both those sites. So those are some upcoming events for the public.
Okay, thank you, city manager. All right, so council, this is a new item for many of you, the community interest item. So things that you can report are announcing community events, announcing employee or community recognitions, requesting specific factual information, or a recitation of existing policy for staff, or requesting placement of items on the agenda for discussion or action at a following meeting. So Councilmember Stone, starting with you, do you have any council member announcements?
Thank you, Mayor. Just one, I'd like to again thank everyone for being here, as the mayor did, and then also note that there are openings on our committees. Those are for the citizens to be involved in city government. There's 3 openings that I can note from that are seeking Ward 1 members, and that's planning and zoning, parks and recreation, and hot committee. And so please do look on the city's website. It's under boards and commission, and you can apply there. And you can also reach out to me either on my email or phone number that's listed on the city website as well.
Thank you. Councilmember Olivas?
Thank you, Mayor. You got me on that one. That was what I wanted to say. Thank you, everybody, for being here. And I want to thank all the people who they volunteer on the boards that we already have. They don't get paid. Thank you for being here. Walt is president of the planning and zoning, and so many others, so they volunteer free. So thank you. But we still having some openings, and we need people to get involved, help us in the city to have a better service to the community. So I'm Ward 2, and I have several openings that they are displayed on the city website. If anybody's interested, they can contact me or contact you. Everybody's welcome to serve.
Councilmember Nance?
I have no comments.
Councilmember Escobedo?
I just wanted to also thank y'all for coming and to let y'all also know that May is also Mental Health Awareness Month, and it's also Fibromyalgia Month.
Thank you. Councilmember Stevens?
No, say thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so that includes that item. Moving to changes to posted agenda. All right, item A, are there any items to be continued or withdrawn? Okay. Item B, items to be withdrawn from the consent agenda for specific discussion. Okay. Item C, action items to be added to the consent agenda. Item D, any time-sensitive items. Okay, moving on, that takes care of number 6. There are no time-sensitive items. Moving on to the consent agenda, City Secretary.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight's consent agenda contains 6 items. Approval of May 7th, 2024 regular meeting minutes. Approval of resolution 2024-05-08. A resolution approving the budget policy. Approval of resolution 2024-05-09, a resolution approving the finance policy. Approval of resolution 2024-05-10, a resolution approving the investment policy. Approval of payment of the April 2024 monthly billing summary for Bohorquez Law Firm Services. And approval of transfer of $25,000 from Texas Class Airport Reserves to the airport operating checking account for the city's matching portion of the airport layout plan grant through the Texas Department of Transportation Aviation Division.
Okay, thank you, City Secretary. I need a motion.
I'll move we approve the consent agenda as presented.
I need a second. Okay. And now voting is different. It's a roll call vote from here forth. All right, so Councilmember Stone?
Aye.
Okay, Councilmember Olivas?
Aye.
Councilmember Nance?
Aye.
Councilmember Escobedo?
Aye.
Councilmember Stevens?
Aye.
City Secretary, the consent agenda passes unanimously with all members voting in favor. All right, item number 8 does not apply because we didn't remove any items. Item number 9. There are no reports or presentations this evening. Item number 10, information and discussion items. The first item belongs to the city manager.
Tonight's first item is to discuss upcoming board, commission, and committee confirmation process. This is just kind of a reminder when we make the updates to the board and commission ordinance that we added a section that after an election, those who are in the new positions and the current positions have till the second regular council meeting to either keep the person they have currently in the different boards and commissions in which they represent on your behalf, to change it or to nominate someone new. Since we do have 3 new council members on board, this is an opportunity for you to reach out to your constituents and see if anyone's interested, which you did as part of the community interest. We also included the actual list of everyone who's currently on the board so that you could also see the vacancies. So this item is just if you wanted to have a simple discussion, but it was more for an informative piece to let you guys know that tomorrow's deadline for June 4th meeting is tomorrow. And then you'll have one more meeting after that to make any recommendations for your boards and commissions.
Councilmember Olivas, any comments, questions?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
Councilmember Escobedo,
100%.
Councilmember Stevens,
So it's the second regular meeting after today?
In June, so it's the second regular,
June, got it.
but I just kind of wanted
Yeah,
to
'cause
throw it
that's-
out there that the schedule has changed to get
Yep.
stuff on the agenda. So for June 4th, it's gonna be tomorrow, which is the 22nd. For the second meeting in June, it would be June 5th.
Yes, we gotta have our decisions June fifth.
Yeah, so you don't have much time.
Yeah, that's why I was just kind of bringing that up, so elsewhere. Thank you, that's all I got.
Councilmember Nance.
The only thing I would ask would be if Geo could put together something on these boards of what the limiting factor is, like, does the, say, animal advisory, do they have to be within the ward? Because I know planning and zoning was kind of different than HOT and everything else. That way, and what ones are council at large positions, just so we can kind of see, which ones we need to recommend and which ones are council at large.
So what we'll do is we'll send an email to all of you with the snippets from each of the boards and commissions that breaks down what the requirements are, because they are slightly different between some of them.
Thank you.
Thank
So we'll get that email out this week.
Councilmember Stone? Good. All right. No other discussion. We're moving on to discussion item B. This also belongs to the city manager.
The second item tonight for discussion, not only do you get to choose a resident of your ward to serve on a board and commission, but we also have ex officio positions for each of the council members. Because we did change over and we have 3 vacancies, I wanted to put this on everyone's radar so that we can have a slight discussion, so that next agenda, we can actually approve the different positions. So currently, on all of our boards and commissions, Mayor Eads represents planning and zoning. Building and standards is currently vacant. Councilmember Nance represents Parks and Recreation. Animal Advisory is currently vacant. Councilmember Stevens represents the Hot Committee, and our Music Advisory Board is currently vacant. This is an opportunity to have a discussion if you want to trade, if you want to stick with where you're at, and for the new council members to also pick a spot.
Councilmember Escobedo?
Building and standards.
Councilmember Olivas?
Animal control.
Councilmember Stone?
Is everybody cool with what they got? Y'all feeling?
The right part.
I'll be the music guy.
There you
then.
go, there.
So on the
Councilmember-
next,
Councilmember Stevens?
I'm a happy camper, thanks.
Councilmember Nance?
I think we got a great group on the Parks Board, so I'd like to stick with them.
All right, city manager.
so on the next meeting, we'll make these official.
Okay, and so you got what they wanted.
It's on this agenda,
It's an information discussion item,
no, action items.
not for,
I'm sorry. Thank
there's
you.
lots of other boards you get to
All right.
participate in.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, and there's more, guys, and there's more. There's more.
But wait,
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Just wait till action items. Okay, so moving on to discussion item C, this belongs to Councilmember Stevens.
So thanks very much, Mayor. So this was on the agenda for the last meeting, but I asked we postpone it to this meeting. So because we have new council members on council, thought it was
Makes
a
sense.
worthwhile thing to do. As we're all aware, social media has a lot of opportunities for the do's and don'ts. There is actually a webinar sponsored by City Hall Essentials. Ashita Borquez is the one that put it together. It was on April 25th. And there was a ton of information and data about it. What I thought I'd do is hit the highlights. And if you want more information, I'm happy to share the slides from it. The video can't share because the video we had to pay for and they paid for my seats, but I did get copies of the slides. The key areas were, the whole discussion about the importance of the nature of public post, about the importance of open meetings, because that's what we are. Talks about records, retention, and discovery. I would use this as an opportunity to remind us all, we can make sure that we take our Open Meetings Act training and get certified for that, so we fulfill our compliance requirements. but that was one of the items we talked about, open meetings. As you think about social media, that is all about openings. There's things we can talk about in our official capacity, things we can talk about in our private lives. And understanding the Texas Open Meetings Act helps open up about what we can talk about in open forum. There was a big section on real life consequences of boneheaded posts about people who have done some dumb things who were posted in their view of their private world because they believe, hey, I have the First Amendment right to go post things. We have to recognize that we're in some unique situations. People don't understand whether we represent the city or we represent our personal interests. So if we post something on a website, we have to be very clear. If it's our personal opinion, it needs to be stated, this is my personal opinion, my First Amendment right as a citizen, not as a member of city council. Make the assumption people are gonna assume you're a member of city council and you're posting an official city position. If you do that and there's an issue and you become liable, there's some issues associated with that. So it's really an important element associated with that. There's a lot of constitutional law out there about being able to block or delete comments. I would really, I know Alessandra's on the phone. If there's ever a question, you want to talk to Alessandra at the Boricas Law about what can be deleted or not deleted, because when we post things in our official capacity, they become part of the public record. And then the other is there was a great section on best practices and tips for productive social media. And I know there are times where we all get a bit frustrated about what gets said about us. And I love this last slide. It said, let your feet do the talking for your angry thumbs. Meaning, when we get irritated, do not use that as an opportunity to use social media. Pick up the phone and talk to someone. We'll talk to them in person, but do not post it on social media because that becomes part of the court record. And all sorts of liability issues bubble up from that. This was a 3-hour ceremony or a 3-hour seminar. I just gave you the quick 5-minute short version of it. If you want more, I said I'm happy to share the slides from it because there's a ton of good information. But I think for all of us, it's a message. Watch how we use social media. Assume that people believe that when we talk on social media, we represent the city. If you remember those words, and then the last one is, rather than be angry, do not get your thumbs out, go talk to someone. It's a lot safer for all of us.
City manager, Councilmember Stevens mentioned that this was a training.
Yep.
I know there's training every year that we're required to take. Cybersecurity. stuff like-
Cybersecurity, ethics, and sexual harassment
So when will we get the information for that?
for the trainings.
Is
Cyber
that usually
usually tie
May?
them all together. We usually don't get that out till about June or July because we utilize the TML sites to do it. And they open it up for a certain amount of time. And then the cybersecurity is a state regulated one we are required to take, and we have a deadline for that. So we tie them all together.
Okay, so that should be coming. I just wanted to point that out to the new council members. And then also in regards to the law firm, council had decided it can be up for debate since we have new members that to speak with the law firm, you go through Gio and Megan in order to ask them a question. Okay, so if you have a question for Alessandra or somebody, go through Gio and Megan.
And that was just to streamline the. billing.
Yes, yeah, just to streamline it.
I do have a question, Mr. Stevens, in regards to the best practices, did they mention anything about possibly having a social media policy?
They did, in fact, they strongly recommend having a social media policy.
I only
You're
say
right,
that
Megan.
because in a recent training I took, there's a big push right now for social media policies, and a lot of cities are either reviewing and updating or establishing new ones. I'm gonna make a note here that maybe that's something we do look at, because it
Yes.
doesn't just affect you guys, it affects our city employees.
Yes, absolutely.
The police department does.
Yeah, police department's got to work.
Okay, that's good. Yeah. I had one other thought. I've lost it.
It'll come back.
Okay, could you send the slides
I'll
to
send the slides.
Gio and have him send it to all of council? And if you don't want it, just delete it.
Yep.
Okay, but I think that would be good practice. That's what the thought was. Okay, good. All right, so moving on, or was there any other discussion before I move on? No. Okay, moving on to item D, this is city manager.
This is to discuss the fiscal year 24-25 budget calendar to include workshops. So we are a little behind in regards to where we're at with our budget for the fiscal year 25 coming up. The reason why I put this on the agenda is one, to discuss once again what we had made prior, because we do have new city council members on board, but also kind of to discuss some of the changes we're making going forward. The scheduling is very unique because we understand that everyone does have, excuse me, time constraints. We understand that people do have full-time jobs, including our residents. But we also wanted to take into consideration all of our staffing as well. We coordinated the 4 p.m. for workshops 8 months ago. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Maybe a little bit longer. If this is something we want to change, we also need to have that conversation with all the other boards and commissions and the timing and availability for that. The reason why they're back to back was to allow for the budget process to run much smoother. So typically we spread them out, which kind of delays the availability or ability to even have a comprehensive budget put together, because we're waiting for the next input, we're waiting for the next insight. So we did them back to back for this year. I also have on here about the budget questionnaire. Typically in the past, the city managers issued a questionnaire for the next, this year and moving forward. There won't be a budget questionnaire moving forward, because council's already set their priorities. This was done with the assistance of all of our residents, and we're still gonna move forward with them. The current priorities are gonna be our water, wastewater, employees, and streets. So these aren't priorities that can be solved within a year. These are these are priorities that need to be really strategized, and it's gonna be a year after year thing. This doesn't mean that we don't add additional projects, but these should be the main focus moving forward for not only the budget, but for council, because this is what was decided by our residents. Included in this upcoming discussions will be grant priorities. I don't think the city should keep going after grants that aren't fully beneficial for the city. The amount of time it takes to put in to apply for a grant, get approval, get the application in, and then actually implement it sometimes exceeds what the actual reward is from the grant. So instead of trying to go out for that $500, $2,000, I need to work with the departments to include that type of expense within their operating budget. All of the departments are being asked whether or not they want to move forward with grants, because some of them are becoming quite detailed. When we get into federal grants, these are the ones that have to be very detailed, specific, and monitored. Otherwise, we do get in trouble. They want the money back. We can get fined. Someone could go to prison. We're trying to move forward with going after the big ones that we know we want, and we're gonna have that presented to council as these are the ones we're gonna go after. So council understands that when a big infrastructure grant comes up, you guys have said we want grants specifically for this. This is what we're applying for. So we're hoping that that will help move forward, and we're not applying for ones we really don't need to apply for. Another thing with the grant priorities that we're looking at is I opened up the standard operating procedures to all of our directors to get their feedback on how we're currently managing grants. And the first thing that pretty much 90% of them said is for these big grants, we need to hire a project manager. We need someone to come in and actually run the grant or hire a third party to actually apply for it, because the details with these larger ones, prime example, the Water Development Board, what is a 28-page application was over 700 documents altogether. It's a lot of time, a lot of money, and I think we need to bring in the experts to help us to ensure that we get them, or at least get closer to getting them. And then the last thing we'll be talking about, of course, is the tax rate. This will be, I hope, a really good, vibrant discussion on the direction we want to go with the city. I know nobody likes to raise taxes, but there's a lot of expectations and projects that we also want to complete, and we need to find that happy medium to make it work. So this is just an item to discuss today, as we go through the next few months, so that we can be on the same page with the direction of the budget. Once we get through the first set of, workshops, you'll automatically, fingers crossed, everything works out on my end, have a draft budget.
Okay, Councilmember Stone.
So what are the current meetings that we're looking at right now?
June 4th, 5th, and 6th. And they're at 4 o'clock. They're open, obviously, these are open to the public. These are the budget workshops. On the 5th, we're really excited to have, Justin Bagel, Bragiel, come in, with the Texas, Hotel and Lodging Association. He's their legal counsel, so at 5:30 on that day, he'll be doing a workshop on the use of hotel occupancy tax funds.
Councilmember Stevens.
When do you think you'll have a draft, Megan?
So hopefully the 7th of June.
Okay, so we're not gonna see any racked up, stacked up numbers till after the workshop.
So these workshops are really designed to get the public input because council's already set their priorities. So this is to have them come back and kind of add, subtract, to bring in their input and have conversations with them. After the 6th, when you have a draft, then you can actually have a conversation with, and all of our directors have been asked to provide, what do they want to accomplish? What are their big projects, staffing, all the additional things that will be discussion during regular meetings.
Okay, so we'll see those after the 7th as part of normal city council meetings.
You'll get the draft, even though it's outside of when the agenda stuff is due, but you'll get that draft sooner.
And then we're gonna work through it during city council meetings as an agenda. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Nance.
I guess, just for the new council members, if you can kind of go over a high level timeline overview of when appraisals are gonna come, certified appraisals, when we start discussing the tax rate. Because we had a CAD meeting today, just to kind of throw it out, and June 6th is the last day that individuals can protest. Sure, a couple of y'all probably got increased property appraisals. So June 6th is the last time they can protest, and with the budget coming out June 7th, that'll kind of be a thing I'm sure we're gonna iterate on, because we won't know how many protests really are until after that date. If you can just talk about a high level overview timeline.
So the appraisal district has already sent out the preliminary appraisals. That is what I'm gonna use to do what I would say mock tax rate, to plug into the budget to see where we would be at using what we've been provided. They're not required to provide us the actual certified values until July 25th. So we have a short turnaround between when we get the appraised values, plugging in any changes and differences, and then getting the budget approved. Everything is state statute and when we have to do it. So once we get the appraised values and we decide to set a tax rate, we have to provide that notification depending on what direction you go with the tax rate. It could be 2 public hearings, it could be no public hearing, it could be a petition to vote. There's certain things that go with the tax rate itself. The tax rate is independent of the budget because you have to approve it before you can even approve your budget. So say you want to approve the tax rate, in the middle of discussion, you decide not to raise it or you decide to increase it. We still have to look at the budget side and get that either modified or move forward with approving it as is and then amend it. Everything has to be done before September 30th. So it's also dependent on quorums. So if we fail to have a quorum for a regular council meeting, we push back those deadlines. You do have to advertise for all of your public hearings. You cannot have you can advertise 7 days to 14 days. It's very time framed. The reason why you don't have that budget calendar set up was to have tonight's discussion because we do have 3 new board members. And I wanted to make sure you guys kind of understand that the summer months do become more time sensitive because our biggest part of the summer is the budget and the tax.
Councilmember Escobedo.
Well, for me, it's hard to come at 4 because like I sent on the email, I do work full time.
Councilmember Olivas.
It's fine to me, so it's from 4 to
We try to keep them at an hour.
Okay.
And it's also dependent on the type of crowd we bring in. I've been to budget workshops where there's been no one. And-
Yes, we all have.
I didn't want to say that, but
Yeah,
it really is dependent on who participates. Sometimes it's just a simple 5-minute meeting because we have a simple discussion. These first 3 really are to get the public feedback because we do have some big projects and big considerations with the water and wastewater.
yeah, that was my next question. You already have said the priorities of the budget, so we as a new city council, we cannot added anything, we just go along what it was already.
You
Right.
can add additional insight during the workshops.
Okay,
I just want all of council to know that the public chose these priorities and
Okay.
council has supported them.
Yeah, when we had town halls, how many did we have? 7, 6 town halls the public came to? And so those were the top 3 that they wanted
okay,
to take
We had
care of.
7 town.
thank
Yeah,
you.
7 of them.
And I just don't want the public to think, well, they haven't moved forward. We are. It's just unfortunate that it does take us longer because we're trying to get those grants. We're trying to go after the funding. And it's just having the available expertise to make sure we're in the right direction.
Thank you.
And I would add one more thing, just for the new council members, kind of as we get into budget season, this was me last year, is just getting acquainted with like the terminology of the market values, appraisal values, tax rate, and the tax burden to understand how that whole thing works. Because I think, as a member of the public, it's, we're raising appraisal values for the county appraisal district. Those values are going up, but that doesn't necessarily mean that their tax burden goes up as tax rate goes down. So I think that's an important conversation for us to be able to explain that to the public.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, let's move on to action items. The first action item belongs to city manager.
Action item 1 is to approve the first reading of ordinance 2024-05-03. An ordinance amending chapter 10 animals to the Alpine Code of Ordinances, providing for updated definitions within the chapter, including definitions of adequate shelter, definition of I'm not gonna be able to say that word tonight. Euthanasia. And definition of current vaccination requirements, amending the processes, procedures, and timelines for the impoundment and destruction or euthanasia of animals impounded by the city, providing the establishment of up to a $500 penalty per occurrence for violations of the ordinance.
I need a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, I need a second.
I'll second it.
Okay, all right, any discussion? Councilmember Nance.
I have no comment on it.
Okay, Councilmember Stone.
Can you give me just a quick overview of what those changes are? Searching for it in our packet right now. Guessing it's towards the bottom now.
Yeah, they're in red.
Yeah.
And then things that are underlined have been
Gotcha.
added, things that are crossed out in red have been deleted.
Appreciate that.
So for example, adequate shelter no longer says dog protection from inclement weather. And it's been updated to say have a weatherproof top, bottom, and
I'm
sides.
there now. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Olivos.
I don't have any comments.
Okay, Councilmember Stevens.
So I have 3 questions. And it's all about the intent of the changes. Under animal means, and a number of things were deleted, including fish, amphibians, reptiles, cage birds, and small worms when kept as pets in a private residence. Those were all struck, and now it says every living non-human creature, vertebrate or invertebrate, domestic and wild. What was the motivation behind changing those words?
So during part of the discussion, they were really taking into consideration the trapping of skunks, the trapping of raccoons. They were taking into consideration the deer, everything that didn't quite fall under enclosed in a commercial enclosure, because we do have people trying to raise deer as pets. We do have people who don't properly trap and release what is considered wildlife. So they wanted to make it really just to encompass everything.
So I get that, but if someone's, what are what I didn't understand going through this, and let me hit the three of them, then I'll come back to what the question I'm trying to really understand. I get that. The rabies, I get all that. I understand enclosure. And I understand the euthanasia. And I get food and all that, but what's not clear is the licensing, registration, and permitting. How does that apply to people having pets in their house? Because I couldn't find, we had fish and parakeets and canaries and all that stuff excluded. And I don't know what that means. And I've gotten questions, hey, Rick, what does that mean? I said, I have the foggiest idea. Are we now trying to regulate people who have pets and that are in a cage that were not part of this? Fish?
I don't think the intent is fish.
I don't think the intent is there. I get that. But we have gotten ourselves trapped in updating ordinances without thinking about the implications. And it'd be nice if someone from the Animal Advisory Board could actually walk through and says, here's why we did it, here's what we're trying to work. And oh, by the way, no, you don't have to license fish, you don't have to license chickens, you don't have to I don't know.
So maybe we should table it until we.
And I'm not trying to create an issue, it's the unintended consequences that I'm trying to understand.
Okay, Councilmember Escobedo.
I agree with Rick. I feel that we should table it until we do have somebody from the animal control here that can explain this to us.
Councilmember Stone.
A question on the euthanization. I noticed the parts of the sector. I'm basically wondering what's the difference between a sick animal and when we're bringing in an animal that has been taken from someone. It could be because they bit someone. It could also be because they were just running around on the streets. Do you know how that's used typically? Because it looks like there's some pretty quick turnarounds. Like I'm noticing, pretty close to like 3 days if owners unknown and found in the city limits. Is that just because we're totally over or have way too many dogs and cats? I know I loaded a lot of questions there, but I think you get what I'm getting at here.
So we don't euthanize after the 3 days. We try to put them up for adoption if they're adoptable.
Okay,
So dogs that are overly aggressive,
sure.
that really aren't going to be able to go back into anyone's home, or that another shelter or another rescue center won't take, could possibly be euthanized. Animals that are sick,
Sure.
that there's no recovery, animals that get hit by vehicles that they're just not going to recover, those would be euthanized. But we do not typically
Okay,
euthanize. So if you lose your pet, no one ever claims it. I've adopted one that way,
sure.
is they go through the adoption process if they're adoptable.
What I'm worried about is that it says not redeemed within the following hold period shall be eligible for adoption, transport to other rescues, or euthanasia if applicable. And the first one is 3 days if owners unknown and found within the city limits. I would imagine, 3 days, and we're giving them, I mean, yeah, the dog doesn't have a collar, but maybe it is somebody's dog. I don't know. I don't want to go and kill a dog 3 days after. And I think we're giving that ability right here. You can correct me if I'm wrong. I just want to, we're looking at these statutes right now. We got one chance to do this probably for the next 20 years, so might as well
So I
figure it
think
all out.
your question needs to be clarification with the 72-hour hold to possible adoption. That there needs to be something that probably says if they're adoptable, they're not going to be euthanized.
That, or very clearly, I'd like to know what, where in code it's saying that we can euthanize a dog. I'm guessing that is in here, but I haven't found, it basically is pretty broad is what I'm seeing right here. I'm not even seeing the reasons, I'm just seeing what our definitions are of what it is.
So on page 9 of 10, and it does go into the authority to euthanize.
Okay.
Yep.
Serious injury, great pain, disease. So if someone just says they don't want their dog anymore,
That's why I was understanding that you might want some clarification with if they're
Yeah.
adoptable, then
yeah, I'd like to be able to, have all, I guess, guardrails up to saying before we euthanize, which I understand having a no-kill shelter in Alpine is not able to be done right now, but at the same time, I'd like to be able to steer us in that direction.
so they really do not euthanize unless the animal is
So,
in dire need.
okay,
They work with the animal rescue. They,
sure.
Port Davis, great.
Yeah, they're fantastic. Is there a way we're able to put that in the code?
We
Okay.
can update.
Do y'all understand kind of what I'm getting at?
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah.
Councilmember Olivas?
I know they are trying to do the best work possible. They love animals and we love animals, so I trust them that they won't do anything to hurt the animals. They're always looking for the good. If they wanted to make all these changes, is to have a better job providing to the animals and finding faster a house so they can adopt them. And I adopted before animals there, and they're very follow all the sections to be sure that it was a safe house, a safe home. So if they asking for these changes, I know that is for the good, not for the bad to kill the dogs just because I need reason. So I approve with these changes because I know they're working so hard to provide a good service to the community, and they care and they answer all the phone calls, and they're always ready to help the animals.
Councilmember Nance?
I watched this meeting and I think they went over some of this, Patsy. They did have those discussions that we're kind of asking. So I was thinking if it's not time sensitive, we just table it, and then if Patsy could come up and explain all of it, it would be perfect.
And that probably would be better.
That'd be great.
Councilmember Escobedo?
I have one more question just on the penalty fee, the $500 per occurrence. What was it before?
So the city is basically authorized to issue citations up to that amount. So every time we use that language, the fine amount's not necessarily gonna be 500, but it can be up to that.
And one more thing, I just want to note that Patsy's great, and so perhaps I can just chat with her too in the next week or two, so maybe we can get this moved over to, I don't know if we could go to consent in the next time or not, but
Ordinances can.
ordinances can.
Councilmember Stevens?
No, I'd rather table it and have Patsy come back so we can answer the questions.
But you need to amend the current. Or someone does.
I need a motion to amend.
I'll make a motion to amend and table this item until next meeting.
I need a second.
Second,
Any discussion regarding the amendment? All right, we're gonna roll call vote on the amendment. Councilmember Stone,
I,
Councilmember Olivas.
Aye.
Councilmember Nance.
Aye.
Councilmember Escobedo.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevens.
Aye.
Okay, City Secretary, the amendment to table this item has been approved unanimously by all council members.
So we're
Now-
good with that.
Okay, now we need to dispose of the original.
We're good with that.
We're good with that.
Yes, we, in the last round, updated it to where a motion to table killed the.
Good. Yes, very efficient. I like that. Okay, so moving on to action item B. This is city manager.
Approve the first reading of ordinance 2024-05-04. An ordinance amending annexation and zoning processes and procedures to the Alpine Code of Ordinances. Amending chapter 9 annexation to provide additional requirements upon annexation of a subject property. Amending appendix C zoning to remove the requirement that properties be designated R1 upon annexation. and providing that the city council may establish the zoning designation upon annexation of the subject property.
I need a motion.
I'll make the motion to approve as presented.
I need a second.
Second.
Okay, discussion. Councilmember Stevens.
My sense, Megan, is the only change is to allow city council to bring it into whatever zone is appropriate, than anything else.
Yes, and just so you understand the background, when we recently brought in like Skyway Gardens, we brought in the dollar store, they would have been zoned inappropriately. This allows it to be zoned with what it's being intended to be used for.
That's perfect.
Okay, Councilmember Nance.
One quick question, section 9.5, when it says post annexation procedures, number 2 there, upon annexation, city administration will submit official notification to the Texas Comptroller and the Brewster County Appraisal District. I guess just for my own curiosity, are we alerting Brewster CAD for the property tax so that we know that they're going to be within our property tax area?
We are now.
Okay, so that's kind of a big deal.
It's a huge deal. Just recently, maybe a year ago, we found out that one of our annexations had not been being properly taxed since 18.
2018?
So we missed out on multiple years of additional revenue.
Okay, and then the Texas Comptroller, same thing, but for sales tax, I'm assuming.
Not only sales tax, but we are required.
Okay, and then last question, the real cog, as far as 911, that's not really formalized in here, but do we need to alert the real cog to, as far as from 911 when we annex?
Yes, because they would need to be addressed at 911 address, and they're currently working with us on those types of maps. Unless something changes, it kind of goes back and forth. Right now, they are the entity managing that.
And then that alerts whether Alpine PD goes or Brewster County Sheriff.
Correct.
Okay.
Councilmember Escobedo. Councilmember Stone.
Good.
Councilmember Olivas.
I just have one question. So, who decided before they said there was R1? It was the planning and zoning, or was that the city that decided before?
It was set by ordinance.
By ordinance.
So by ordinance, it automatically became an R1, and then they would have to go through this rezoning process. We're trying to streamline it so that when someone does annex, they annex appropriately and they don't have to go through the extra steps.
I think that we have a lot of the planning and zoning, so if they already have the specific zone, so they don't have to come to change every time, and it would be good. Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? All right, let's vote. Councilmember Stone.
Aye.
Councilmember Olivas.
Aye.
Councilmember Nance. Councilmember Escobedo.
Aye.
Councilmember Stevens.
Aye.
City Secretary, the first reading of ordinance 2024-05-04 has been approved unanimously. All council members voted in favor. At this time, we're coming up on the hour mark, so we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Good old banks.
Questions in this segment. The spots of the lot. Yeah, I had a lot of people. What not. Because I think I have so.
You've been on the phone to come up.
Yeah. I don't know, I was just like, oh, God. So, my question is that the people that like the finance or either have the washing or there's like it's like a it's never really there, you know. What is the difference between, I mean, they could go on vacation, but if they were paying all these taxes, they really don't bother anybody. So we have this person that is like,
So my view is actually we have this discussion on to allow that for a special use permit.
and that was what I was, so that's what I was telling them. I said, let's get to where we can fix it. I know that that's the answer for it. And we were talking about that. I will go over like the. Henry's crazy right now. I told him, let me have this, maybe you can see the big one. So there's that, and then what about the woman? You know, so the thing is, I know that we are. And what scares me more is when people come down. You know, and that's really. What's going on? And when we're not here, my thought is, I know it's funny and so just to. Not to deny them. There had been the guy that told me they couldn't put when there's work for that, you know, like. So they're also feeling like they're being discriminated against, but they're all getting together.
Associated. That's not a planning and zoning issue. It's all 2018 commission. You're toast.
And it gets bad. I mean, I had our windows broken into, I like broken into. It's okay. People keep calling me Ian.
Right.
With JD, I want to.
It's okay, you can have.
Those are the bad ones.
Which one is that good?
I don't know. It's better than.
Oh.
Where-
Please. Never buy another.
All right, city secretary. Are we ready?
We have 15 seconds.
Oh, well, okay. We can run and go do. Oh, honey.
Right, cooking.
Yeah, eat cooking. City secretary?
We're ready.
We're ready. All right, and we're back, meeting back in session. We are moving on to action item C. City manager.
Approve the first reading of ordinance 2024-05-05. An ordinance amending appendix Z zoning to the Alpine Code of Ordinances, removing the provision that provides the ability for the city council or the planning and zoning commission to initiate a spot zoning or non-contiguous zoning designation, amending the application fee from $250 to $350.
Okay, I need a motion.
I'll make the motion to approve the ordinance as presented.
I say.
Okay, all right, discussion. City manager, do you want to start us out?
Yes, so this item did go before the Planning and Zoning Commission. They did unanimously recommend removing that section of the ordinance, specifically allowing council to have the authority to make a decision on what is now being considered spot zoning. I do recommend that council seriously take this into consideration. Spot zoning is not technically illegal as long as you meet the 4 required suggested guidelines. I would also take into consideration that as we move into the next fiscal year and the thought process of having a comprehensive plan, that you don't limit your ability to make these types of decisions. The Texas Supreme Court did establish the 4 guidelines. I think if the ordinance is amended to allow council or planning and zoning to make a recommended change in a zone, what is now being called spot zoning, that the guidelines be adhered to and that they be applied for each case that comes forward. We did have a record number come all at once, because this was a loophole, as some people are saying, in the actual ordinance. I don't see it as a loophole. I see it as your authority to make a recommended change that may or may not benefit the city, especially when we're looking at economic development, especially when we're looking at different housing opportunities to move forward with, and a comprehensive plan. If you limit your ability to make a decision, you limit the ability for the city to move forward.
Okay, in council, in your packet, you'll see what the 4 guidelines are. on
Would
the
you like
cover
me to read
sheet.
those out?
Pardon?
Would you like me to read them out?
Yes, please.
So the Texas Supreme Court established 4 guidelines to be applied in a balancing test to determine whether rezoning constitutes spot zoning. 1, the law demands that an approved zoning plan should be respected and not altered for the special benefit of a landowner when the change will cause substantial detriment to the surrounding lands or serve as no substantial public purpose. The nature and degree of an adverse impact upon neighboring lands is important. Lots that are rezoned in a way that is substantially inconsistent with the zoning of the surrounding area, whether more or less restrictive, are likely to be invalid. 3, another factor to consider is the suitability or unsuitability of the tract's use as it is presently zoned. The size, shape, and location of the lot may render the tract unusable or even confiscatory as zoned. 4, the amendment must bear a substantial relationship to the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare. However, the rezoning ordinance may be justified if the substantial public need exists, even if it's a result in the landowner's windfall.
All right, I also wanted to point out if council should have a question for our chairman of zoning and planning, he is here this evening to answer any questions in regards to their thought processes on this. And then also we have our code enforcement, permit tech, building and standards in the back. So should you have any questions for them, we can pull them forward so that they can speak with us. So we're going to start with Councilmember Nance.
Oh, great.
That's your turn.
I would say on this one that I am actually against removing this ability from council. And the reason is I feel like there's been a couple of spot zone requests from council people. And I don't feel that's bad or negative that they get presented to the actual P and Z. And then we would hope that the P and Z at that level would make their own spot zone judgments based off those 4 qualifications. And then they either send it up to council for a second judgment, or it just gets killed at the P and Z level. So I think this has probably been presented because we've had a couple get through. I mean, there was one that I voted against. That was a contiguous property abutting for Miss Vaughn. That was she was wanting a rezone request to the C0, and that was shut down. But it did go through the correct process. It went through the P and Z, and then it did go up to council, and we voted to move forward with that. I think it's good to actually have that flexibility in here. And if we're actually abiding by the 4 rules of the spot zone here, then by removing this, we're removing the flexibility for a council person to kind of bring this in, especially when we have it lists here, spot zone. A spot zone is defined as defeating a pre-established comprehensive plan. We know we don't even have a comprehensive plan. So by removing these 4 rules, we're removing the flexibility of council for any kind of thing that can happen in this regard. Quick example would be, say our spot zone right now requests it to abut another similarly zoned property. If we were on an area of a road that was developing and we had a commercial spot and then a residential spot and then a residential spot, if you're only 1 parcel away from another commercial spot, it would seem intuitively and practically that that could be a commercial zone, but we would require, because this is what happened at that last one, there's a middle residential lot for that one, even though it's 1 parcel away from another commercial lot, it cannot go through it because it's considered a spot zone. So I'm against this because it removes flexibility.
Okay, Councilmember Escobedo.
I agree with Jarian, with Council Nance. I don't believe in giving up the authority.
Councilmember Stevens?
Well, I'm reading through section 2101. This is references. Okay. And just trying to make sure I understand the intent. If we approve the ordinance as written. This precludes us from doing any rezoning.
It precludes you from being able to initiate what could be possibly considered a spot zone.
Okay, but I thought we had to follow the 4 rules established by the Texas Supreme Court.
That's where I'd like the ordinance to incorporate.
Sorry, one second.
Okay, hold.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
That's where I'd like the ordinance to go back to the drawing table and include those specific guidelines in conjunction with our current ordinance, allowing you the authority under these guidelines, but also taking into consideration the comprehensive plan.
Okay, so the ordinance as presented then would need to be amended to include the 4 provisions from the Texas Supreme Court. 1. And 2, to consider inclusion of a comprehensive zone plan. Right? Do we have enough information tonight to make that a requirement? Be able to come back then as another reading, because that's where I thought we were going with this. Is those 4 items and go to the comprehensive plan. Or do we need to say, turn it down, send it back to you, or not take action and send it back to you pending the addition of those 2 items?
It would be at your discretion, but I would turn it down and send it back for modifications, or you can make a motion to amend to include the additional adjustments and go on to the second.
Okay, so that's where I'd like to go then. I would propose we make an amendment to modify 1, to return this to the city manager and planning and zoning for action to add the Texas Supreme Court 4 requirements and to include the comprehensive zoning plan activity. So that's my amendment.
All right, let's hear what the other 2 council members have to say, and then we'll move on the amendment. Councilmember Olivas?
I was there in that meeting, so to my knowledge, it was illegal, spot zoning. And I don't know, Jessica wants to give more information about this. That was the information that we got in that meeting. We are not against growth in the city, but I think if we have to be more specific, as Rick said, but to me, it's a plain back and forth. Go to planning, come to the city, go to planning. So, and then what do you have planning and zoning there to make recommendations? See, you don't accept it. So we need to be more accordance, on the decisions taken. So I agree to be more specific on the lines that we need to, but that was the information that we get that was illegal spot zoning in our.
Were you provided the 4 guidance during that discussion?
Yes.
And that was it taken into consideration?
It was on the cover page.
But during the discussion, was that taken into consideration?
So,
Okay, Councilmember Stone?
Could we have the chair come up for a moment?
Sure. Just come up for the record, state your
You're
name
here
and that you're
the whole-
chair, yeah.
You're here the whole meeting, so why not?
And I believe this ordinance was amended by code enforcement, correct?
Building services.
Building services, okay.
Matt Walter, Chair, Planning and Zoning, and on this discussion, what brought it about was all the past spot zoning, which is in effect, and it was being
just leave it. It's fine.
It was being abused, I think, because if you look at that ordinance, it says city council or planning and zoning. And so there were city council members passing or proposing, spot zoning, and it never came to planning and zoning and planning. So we didn't know anything about it. And so now it's on the map.
So with that, is there any specific cases that we've seen this in town recently that we can kind of understand?
Well, this goes back 13, 14 years.
Sure,
So I can't think of anything since I've been in the chair,
okay.
as far as ones that got approved by city council without coming through planning and zoning.
And to kind of wrap my head around this, the way I'm seeing this is, if we have a bunch of houses and someone wants to open a hamburger shop, is this affecting that we can have Bach Burger over in that residential area? Is
Well,
that what
basically,
that-
it's to change the zoning from residential to commercial is basically what we're talking about.
Okay, and that is a case
so-
where that happened,
so-
is that correct?
And that was before my time.
Okay.
So I can't talk
And
to
then-
that specific case.
In the same way, excuse my French, but if there was a strip club that wanted to open up down the street in my residential neighborhood, that would be a case where we could say, no, that can't happen here.
We have
Or-
separate ordinances
that-
regarding that.
That'd have to be out of
so-
city limits. So, yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
It's not allowed.
So,
A
yeah.
bar, I don't know.
Right,
Some
yeah, yeah.
nightclub, okay. And that would be a similar instance, we would do that.
Where the instance we're talking about is where city council approved it, well, without ever coming through planning or zoning. Because of the way the regulation is written.
Sure. So would it be good to clarify, because I agree that it should go, like Darren was saying, it should go, if there's a recommendation at council level, it goes down and then comes back up. Would that be a good clarifying mechanism for you?
And we did talk about having to meet all four of those criteria. I think that would be good to have that criteria right in there, plain and simple.
And
but-
with-
But yes,
And then with that said as well, would y'all feel like, why was the reason that you were thinking about taking the power away from yourselves as well as the council? Just to know that as well.
we didn't think that the council should have that power alone. That it should go back to the way the state intended.
But just to be known that those four principles have court
Have to be,
standards.
have to be
behind them.
met,
So
right?
this is legal in that way, okay.
Yeah, and those four criteria were being considered whenever we do anything on planning and zoning. As far as changing or doing spot zoning, even though they're not written directly, they're kind of like sitting off to the side.
Sure.
As part of that, put it in directly, that's fine.
Just to
Yeah.
totally wrap my head around this is where my head goes with Darren's comments as well, is we allow this to still, we put these four rules into code.
No, the state put those rules in.
Okay, then we clarify that, or in any way, we have those rules. And we allow both to still have this power. But we clarify that if it is proposed by the council, it still needs to go to planning and zoning.
Because if you look the way it's written now, it didn't have to go through planning and zoning.
Yes.
So, and this is where it's really hard because a lot of us focus on the past and the issues from the past.
Sure,
So whatever happened in the past, we're not gonna overnight fix.
sure.
But if you look at 2103, it specifically is already outlined, and it was outlined including what we're trying to change. That the city council shall have jurisdiction with respect to all rezone requests. The planning and zoning commission shall review and submit a recommendation to the city council on all applications.
Yeah.
So whatever happened in the past wasn't followed. I mean,
Right, yeah.
we,
Yeah.
as Gio and myself and building services have all moved into the direction that we're following the ordinances. It does upset some people.
Yeah.
But it's been in there. It's been in there since 2016.
So we haven't been following it.
So if
Yeah,
it wasn't
yeah,
followed
yeah,
prior,
yeah.
I mean, we can't
Sure.
correct it. But we have been following it moving forward.
And the other question, you might be able to answer this. How much is a hotel or Airbnb license in the city? Is that? 350. 350? And so that would be the same amount that this new application would be as well. We're changing it from 250 to 350. Is there a reason that we didn't go higher? Is there a reason that it's not $500 or?
I don't think
That,
that went.
that didn't
before
come to planning and zoning.
and standards.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you guys want to come up too, in case council has any questions.
Building services.
Building services, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't leave yet.
Thank you,
though.
Mr. Howard.
It's not your ticket to exit.
Yes, picking up on that, you recognize yourself.
Yes, please.
Robert Root is a new building official. And this is
Jessica is the permit tech.
Good to meet both of you. Thank you for your service to the city. As far as you know, what is the meaning behind raising the application on this, and why is 350 the right number?
we're matching the special use permit and conditional use permit.
Okay, so it's just clarifying those. Okay.
Yeah.
I apologize for making.
No, you're fine.
Just wait, there may be other questions. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Did you have, where you guys?
I was gonna see if I could clarify something, because there's a little bit of confusion. I feel like, so our intent with this ordinance change is not to take any power from y'all at all. We're just trying to, I guess, set in a clear process for this, so people can't bypass building services and go straight to P and Z or a council member, so that this fee can be paid, and then we can actually sit down and talk with the property owner on what exactly the process is, and go over, look, there's 4 criteria that you have to meet for a spot zone. And whenever we get a comprehensive plan, we'll be able to sit here and show them, look, this is our comprehensive plan. And if you go this route, it would be actually considered a rezone rather than a spot zone. And then we don't have to go through the 4 criteria that are in question. If it wants to be added to the ordinance, by all means, but it can't, just because it's not in the ordinance doesn't mean we can bypass the state law that recommend, or that requires us to take those into consideration for a spot zone. And so that's our intent, is to be able to have more time with them, properly explain what they're trying to do. Because with Mr. Lasoya with the trailer park over there on Cactus, he was trying to do a rezone when he didn't really have to. He just needed to replot it, so he was in compliance with the current ordinance that he, or I'm sorry, zoning that he's in. And we could have saved a lot of time and hassle and a lot of trips for him coming up here from San Antonio, by being able to sit down with him and properly explain all of his avenues of approach that he has. And same with the one there on South Walker. It was brought up in the meeting by you that if we had a comprehensive plan, this is a main thoroughway coming through Alpine, and it could be very well a soft commercial C0, which is what we are recommending, that these spot zones, when it comes to a commercial zone, to put that buffer area between the residential and our hard commercial or district commercial zones, to kind of put that buffer zone in there. And so we could have explained to him, look, if we get the neighbor next to you to rezone with you, it's no longer a spot zone, and you can rezone all the way through because it would have been contiguous, and things like that, to bring issues that have been addressed within the last month.
So Rob,
remember.
so what you're saying is your intent was for them to have to go to you.
Right.
And the other ones that we just looked at, they went to a council member and they bypassed you guys.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. So we're trying to save y'all's time and then potentially their time and
Planning
money.
and zoning this time.
Right.
And the comprehensive plan, obviously is something that needs to be done. It's been brought up a lot. And with that being said, whether it's a third party that does it or not, we can put in those places that we need. We already know we're low on affordable living space. So when we do that comprehensive, we'll be able to put in spots where we see future growth for apartment districts and things like that. That's a part of that. So that's a future growth of Alpine. So when somebody comes in and they want to zone it R3 for apartment, and it's not that, but in our comprehensive plan it is, then you guys can make a good educated decision that yes, this is the future growth of Alpine and this is what we want to see. And that's kind of what we see as the building services department, that we can help educate people, and also with the comprehensive plan, be able to make better decisions for the future growth of Alpine without having these weird pop-up spots that make no sense, that don't contribute to the future growth of Alpine, that actually is pulling away from our downtown commercial district.
So they're bypassing you, coming straight to council.
And so,
I'd like clarification, because LaSoya did reach out to building services. Can you walk me through how it ended up getting to council? Because he did reach out to building services.
There was multiple emails that were sent back and forth, and it started out mainly with the problem with his, one of his family members wanted to put a trailer there and he couldn't because of the way it was zoned. And I tried to explain the process that needed to be done, and then the loophole was found where he could just ask for, I call it loophole, that he could just ask somebody to do it for him. And he didn't want to go through that process. So I tried to explain it to him by email, and his sister had came in and was really upset, and it was a big mess, but after I was able to have him in front of me and I showed him on a whiteboard the pros and cons, the difference between what he's asking for, he ended up just realizing that he didn't want.
I guess I would like to, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
But here, no.
Okay.
Sorry.
Speaking to exactly what you just mentioned there, when that gentleman came to you and he said, well, it couldn't be done, because it's not done within the rule set that we currently have. It actually could be done if council judged it as a spot zone. If we came in and said that it passes the muster on all four of those rules. So that's kind of.
And that's not a problem, so it gives them the opportunity to come to our department. We can explain to them it is possibly a spot zone. And the reason that we would like to keep the fee in there is because there's a lot of work that goes in for Geo and everybody else to do their job. So they're taking a risk for you guys to even say this spot zone is something we don't want, but they're still coming to our department. We're giving them the education. We're letting them know you have to meet these 4 criteria that yes, you can try for a spot zone, but you're gonna pay the fee and you're gonna go through the boards and you're gonna do the same thing. It's just implementing the process and procedures that we think is in the best interest of the citizens for education.
Out of the applications that came before you, out of the applications that came to council, did any of them not approach you first?
I think either one of the last 2 did.
Well,
So
the
the
Vega-
Right.
The Vega one and also the Lujan one, I told them that they could not, and I said they'd have to contact the council members. That's the only other way they could get a spot on it.
So they are
Okay,
going. to
Councilmember
building services.
Stevens.
So we already have discussed, 2103 says, council has jurisdiction, but planning and zoning shall review and submit a recommendation before city council for all applications for rezoning. They've now agreed we're gonna follow our own ordinance. Number 2.
It's good.
Okay, I can't imagine anything would go on the city council agenda, regardless of who proposed it, unless there's verification that someone paid the fee, whether regardless of whether it's $250 or we approve for $350. So my sense is we have all the processes in place to make sure it's got to come to you all first, and then it's got to go to planning zoning, and then it comes to us. So that's why the amendment I proposed is we add the 4 items in there required by the Texas Supreme Court, and we add in the comprehensive plan. So that's why I put the amended motion on the table.
I second the amended motion.
I'd just like a little more discussion on that.
Yes, we're,
Not there yet.
Couple things on that. I mean, I agree with the vision of it, but having a comprehensive plan, if that requires us to have a comprehensive plan, I mean, comprehensive plans can probably run 50,000 plus. And I think we had spoke about how much that can possibly be, 7 to 10 years. But if we're requiring ourselves to have a comprehensive plan, we may be tying ourselves to a large, capital investment on just getting a comprehensive plan. We've been told they could be anywhere from 30,000 to 300,000, probably depending on the size of the city and the scope of the work and everything else. So it kind of scares me to tie in the comprehensive plan in on that, and then the having the 4 legal aspects of a spot zone in there. I mean, that's kind of already in Texas statute under the Supreme Court, but we should be abiding by that in theory anyway. And I don't know if our ordinance would need to reference that. I think that, it's good to have, I mean, it makes sense to have it in there. We're hitting you in the face that, guess what, this is what a spot zone is. But, the legal stuff already supersedes local ordinances. And then I've had one other thing in here, and this is kind of a side on it too, but for the $350 fee, I saw we're putting that in the ordinance. Are we putting a lot of those in resolutions so that they're more easily amendable? We don't have to go change the ordinance with 2 readings and everything else.
We've slowly been changing departmental wise. So building services has all of their building services, specific to permitting. We would ultimately need to have an administrative, that would have all of those one-offs.
Gotcha.
So animal control already does it, utilities already does it. We've been cleaning them up for the past couple.
Because the zoning ordinance is so complex and there's so much to change, we haven't been able to extract those into a fee schedule because we need to update the whole zoning. ordinance.
Okay, so in time, that'll be a future amendment. And then one question for Jessica and Rob, have any rezone requests ever come to you and not made it to the P and Z?
There hasn't been very many rezonings. They've all been really recent. And they've all came through planning and zoning. However, the ones that are recommended by council, they're exempt from fees. So our city is not getting any of that work that's being done behind the scenes. We're not getting paid for it.
And y'all's issue is that they're circumscribing or going around the process.
Yes,
And
sir.
and I mean, because I always lean, I say, we're not the experts, you guys are the experts. I'd rather go talk to you. Someone asked me about code compliance, I'm like, yeah, good luck, go talk to code compliance. So I'm all for that, pushing them over to you guys, however that process is. I just don't want to lose the flexibility of having this in case there are one-offs. I would hope for that you guys can trust the system. And when somebody brings it to P and Z says, not going to happen. And council says, not going to happen. So out of maybe 10 that come through, the ones that actually pass through P and Z and council are the ones that should make it through.
Right, and they're still going to. We're not trying to stop that process at all. But we're just gonna explain to them the possibilities before they pay the $350. Like, it can be denied. And this is why. Here's the 4 criteria. And then we can kind of look at it and be like, you're not really in that criteria, but it's really up to their discretion. So it's up to you. Or we can be like, it's well within that criteria. We think you have a pretty good odds, and leave it up to them to decide if they want to push it through. And if they do, then we push it through, it goes to P and Z, and then it comes to y'all if it gets recommended, or I think it comes to y'all either way. I'm sorry.
And if
So,
somebody comes to you guys and it doesn't get pushed over to council or to P and Z, say there's one and they come in for a rezone request and for some reason it never makes it to P and Z, do they have a method to move it over to council or the P and Z?
our office would not stop it if they want to move forward to it.
And that's what happened with those other offenses.
But they would have to pay the fee because.
Right, because we're gonna be starting all the legwork to get it to y'all.
And so currently they could just bypass
They can go
you,
to
not
y'all
pay
or
the
somebody in
fee,
the P and Z and bypass us and not pay
and you would still have to do legwork.
to get it on the agenda.
So what allows that? But is it, no, I'm serious, is it a regulation? Is it an ordinance? Is it a policy? Where is that written down?
It's really just the lack of process or clarification of process, because as a council member, if you're gonna be proposing something, how is there gonna be a fee associated with it? So I think it's good.
It says it's
But our ordinance says everything has to go through planning and zoning before it gets to us.
And it has been. I'm just saying, as far as the fee is concerned, if council's proposing something, how are you gonna charge or assess a fee if a council member is gonna be the one?
They actually submit the application,
The council
the
member.
council member,
Yeah,
and then it goes to planning and zoning, and then it comes to council as a whole.
Still don't see where it gives council member authority to waive a fee.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
I've
I
never
just-
known of that either.
I'm just a little slow. I've never seen that.
I thought it
So the
was-
last 3 that have come to us, did they pay a fee?
No.
Well, why not?
Well, I think again, it goes back to clarification. Maybe we can provide that in the ordinance as well. And
But didn't you say that
Solve
the
They
2 of
came to
those
us.
went to y'all, right?
They came to us, yes.
Okay.
And we told them that it was an illegal spot zone, that we couldn't do it because it wasn't contiguous. And so the only way they can get that done is to go to one of you guys and you recommend it. And then it goes to planning and zoning and council. However, it could come to our department. We could explain everything, give them the 4 criteria, let them know all the information, find out what their real true intent is with our property. And if we consider it spot zoning, we would still allow them to process the application with them knowing all of the information provided. And then they'd pay the fee with the contingency of knowing that it's possible that you may or may not vote against it.
Because Mr. LaSoya, he didn't want that in the end. He
And-
actually said he never wanted to have it spot zone commercial. Because it was gonna cost him more in property insurance, et cetera, et cetera. And he was kind of shocked that that's what council was gonna consider.
So when they go for a spot zone, they're gambling on our money, because if it's a 50-50 shot, if we're gonna pass a spot zone, they don't wanna pay the $350 because in
It's
theory.
the same way with our, I'm sorry, go ahead. It's the same way with our special use and conditional use permits, like for our STRs. Per se, you know, it's not 100% that they're gonna get the permit, you know. And so it should, I think it should be the same way.
And have we, I mean, rarely have we ever not issued a STR permit?
If you had one.
Yeah.
Yes,
I know
Right.
one since I've been here.
Yeah,
Parking.
but, yeah, the whole parking.
Parking.
We had to get the idea.
Yeah, there's a couple of them, correct, that we've denied.
We've tabled them, right, permanently?
And I explained with the one that was on Walker, because I mean, honestly, with the contiguous problem with one parcel between, I personally think it should be against a, highway. It should be maybe soft commercial, but in our zoning map, it's not adjacent to, and I told her, the lady that was requesting it, that she could contact her neighbors, see if they would rezone with her, and it'd be connecting to the next. So we try our best to explain to them the process to get to it, so it's not considered illegal spot zoning. We tried our best, but I mean, it wasn't something they were interested in, so at least we give them a little bit of ideas on how to fix it if they wanted something like that. So we try our best.
I don't want to give everybody nightmares, but was the Dollar General, was that seen as, would that be a spot zone on the north side Dollar General?
It was annexed.
It was
It
annexed in as a commercial
Yeah.
property.
And that would also help with anything, because most of the issues we have is gonna be affordable housing, and that's one thing, like with Skyway Gardens. As you, as council, make that decision, if it's going to be zoned something, even if it's not contiguous, that's your decision. It would be considered spot zone by our map, but you can annex property and turn it into apartment district. You can annex property and turn it into commercial by the recommendation of what we previously spoke about on the agenda. So it wouldn't remove that, because most of the growth in Alpine is probably gonna be annexation. Most of the stuff, there's not very small portions of land that could possibly be affordable housing by how much land's there and size of limits.
So based on everyone's conversation, I think the best is to amend the ordinance, because I think it becomes more transparent to have it in the ordinance so people can see the 4 different processes, the comprehensive plan, but then to provide the clarification on the payment that it's non-refundable and it's the property owner's responsibility to pay as part of the application, no matter who submits it. And then it still gets the permit fee, it still goes through building services, it doesn't matter which ward.
When somebody comes and asks to do a rezone, do you point them to Appendix C zoning Article 1 Basic Ordinance, Section 21.02? I mean, basically my question is, will they read this? Or do they go into you guys and basically say, explain this to me?
They usually can just say, explain this to us.
That's what I would say.
Okay, so to move this along, any other, before y'all sit down?
Yeah.
Okay, Councilmember Lewis,
Thank you for your explanation.
stay a minute. All right, thank you. I appreciate you always being here, by the way,
Yes,
Rob.
ma'am.
Thank you so much, and especially when there's an agenda item that has to deal with your department. And also for our Chair of Planning and Zoning for being here. It's important that we have this discussion back and forth
Yes, ma'am.
so that council can make an informed decision. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so do we have a motion for an amendment?
We already do. We have an amendment and we have a second on that.
Yeah.
matter.
Okay, any discussion on that amendment?
I just want to say, I think it's important not to give away these powers. With that, I'm for going forward with what the council feels.
I agree.
Okay,
I will vote against the amendment because I prefer just the flexibility, the simple flexibility that's currently built into it.
I'll vote against it. I want flexibility also.
okay. All right, so all in favor of the amendment, Councilmember Stone?
We'll vote for.
Okay, Councilmember Owens?
Nay?
Okay, Aye or nay? Nay, nay?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, City Secretary, Councilmember Stone, Councilmember Olivas, and Councilmember Stevens voted for the amendment to add the additions of city manager.
The Texas Supreme Court established 4 guidelines. The law demands that an approved zoning plan should be respected and not altered for the special benefit of a landowner when the change will cause substantial detriment to the surrounding lands or serve more substantial public purpose. 2, the nature and degree of an adverse impact upon neighboring lands is important. Lots that are zoned in a way that is substantially inconsistent with the zoning of the surrounding area, whether more or less restrictive, are likely to be invalid. 3, another factor to consider is the suitability or unsuitability of the tract's use as it is presently zoned. The size, shape, and location of a lot may render a tract unusable or even confiscatory as zoned. And the last one, the amendment must bear a substantial relationship to the public health, safety, and morals or general welfare. However, the rezoning ordinance may be justified if a substantial public need exists, even though it results in a landowner's windfall.
Councilmember Stevens, was there another amendment in that? You had one other item.
Comprehensive plan.
Comprehensive plan,
Yes.
okay? And 2 members voted against. That would be Councilmember Nance and Councilmember Escobedo. Okay, thank you. So that motion carries that ordinance. Moving on to item D, action item D, this is city manager.
Action item D is the appointment of a Brewster County liaison.
Okay, I need a motion.
I'll make a motion.
I need a second.
I'll second that.
Okay, all right, city manager, lead the discussion.
The city has historically had an elected official serve as a liaison between the city and Brewster County. This individual was Judy Stokes prior. The idea was to be able to attend their commissioner meetings, visit with the commissioners, and provide updates to the city council so that we kind of know what both sides are doing, where we're at, or things we can work together with. So Judy Stokes was the prior one. It is now open. So we didn't obviously include an individual's name. Would like you to discuss and then amend to appoint who would like to be that representative.
Okay, Councilmember Olivas.
How often do they meet?
So the commissioners court meets the 3rd and 4th Tuesday
In the morning?
in the morning. They
Okay.
have an occasional called meeting, not as many lately.
Councilmember Escobedo.
Are we allowed to nominate somebody? Who's that?
We can talk about it.
I would like to nominate, Rick.
Okay, Councilmember Stevens,
I'm happy to do it.
Councilmember Nance.
I think that's great, because aren't the meetings in the daytime too, at 9 or 10 a.m.?
Yeah, I believe they started at 9:00.
Perfect. Thank you, Rick.
Councilmember Stone.
Good with that.
So then we need an amendment to the original to actually appoint Rick Stevens as the Brewster County liaison.
I amend to appoint Rick Stevens as the liaison to Brewster County.
I need a second.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? Move on to vote. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Rick.
Okay. Councilmember Olivas.
Aye.
Councilmember.
Aye.
Councilmember. Ethan.
I'll do it.
All right. So City Secretary, it has passed unanimously that Councilmember Stevens will be our Brewster County liaison.
Was you need to dispose of the original
Okay.
motion as been.
Okay. And let's dispose of the original motion. All in favor, Councilmember Stone,
Aye.
Councilmember Olivas. Okay.
Aye.
Passed unanimously. Thank you. All right, moving on to appointment of Family Crisis Center Board Member, City Manager.
So the next item is the appointment of a Family Crisis City Board Member.
I need a motion.
I make a motion.
I need a second.
Second. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, and discussion, City Manager.
As part of the agreement in 2019, the city of Alpine, the Family Crisis Center entered into an agreement that provides financial assistance to the Family Crisis Board. As part of the agreement, a council member serves as a voting board member. Judy Stokes was the current serving board member. Since her retirement from council, we are still under a current contract that expires in 2024. We will need to choose a representative to finish out the term of that contract,
When in 2024?
September 30th.
And how often did you say they meet?
This one, I'm not exactly sure of the exact dates. I believe it is the third Tuesday in the evening.
Okay. Councilmember Escobedo?
And you said at what time?
I
In the
don't know
evening, right?
the exact time. I do have a recommendation from the Family Crisis Center, if I'm allowed to present that.
Yeah. Sure, go ahead.
The Family Crisis Center, did ask or recommend that if Eva Olivas could be the city representative. I don't know if I can nominate you.
Okay, Councilmember Olivas?
I would like to be in that board.
Okay. Councilmember Stone?
Back that up.
Okay, Councilmember Stevens?
Thanks, Eva.
Councilmember Nance?
Yep, thank you.
Councilmember Escobedo?
I nominate you.
Okay, so all in favor of the amendment?
You just need to actually have somebody offer that amendment and second it
Okay,
to the original.
I offer that Eva Olivas is nominated and approved as the Family Crisis Center.
I need a second.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion on the amendment? All right, let's vote.
Aye.
Councilmember. Councilmember. All right, city secretary, that amendment passes unanimously with all council members voting in favor of it. And we need to dispose of the original. So, all in favor of disposing with the original motion?
Aye.
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 Okay, so we have disposed of the original motion and Eva, thank you.
You're welcome.
She's our new Family Crisis Center board member. All right, moving on to item F, city manager.
The next item is the appointment of an Alpine Public Library board member.
I need a motion.
I'll move that we make an appointment as the Alpine Public Library board member.
I need a second. Okay, any discussion? Let's start with city manager. Give us details, please.
So as part of the board and their bylaws, they do have a city representative position. This was previously filled by Martin Sendate. He is no longer on council, so we will need to appoint a new council member to the board. I do not know when their meetings are. I apologize, I did not look that up ahead of time. They do meet monthly. You are representing the city, and I don't have no one made a recommendation.
You said they're voting, the person would be a
The
voting member.
way it's written, it's a city representative position. I don't know if they're a voting board
Okay, Councilmember Stone?
It looks like they meet once a month and looks like it's in the middle of the month on a Thursday, so at 5:30.
5:30, yeah.
That's all I have to report. I'm good.
Okay,
Yeah.
Councilmember Stevens?
No, I have no other comments. I don't know who's gonna volunteer. I cannot.
Okay. Councilmember Nance?
Yeah, no comment. I mean, we can make a recommendation. The only council member I've ever seen bring a book to the welcoming ceremony, Mr. Stone over here. We can make a recommendation for that.
I'd like to know if they are virtual meetings. That'd be fantastic, but yeah, I can volunteer.
If they tend
Yeah.
not to be, they'd rather meet in person because I've been to their board meetings.
Yeah.
And they're on that.
Maybe we can bring them into the 21st century.
Yeah, and I want to point out I'm on the Alpine Housing Authority Board.
Yeah.
All right, Councilmember, let's see, for Escobedo. One coming,
I'm
Yeah.
all for him.
all for him, and one more, Councilmember, all of us.
I volunteer him.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I need an amendment, please. Somebody to make an amendment.
I'll amend the original motion to approve Councilmember Reagan Stone as the recommendation for the Alpine Public Library Board.
I need a second.
I think I can
I second.
myself.
No, you can't. Okay, all right, so all in favor, Councilmember Stone,
Aye.
all of us?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so City Secretary, the amendment passes unanimously. Councilmember Stone is our representative. We need to dispose of the original motion.
I,
Passes unanimously to dispose of the original motion. All right, awesome. Moving on to action item G, which is mine. Approve the recommendation by Mayor Eves for the appointment of a municipal court judge and administrator and administer the oath of office. Okay, so Elizabeth Lewis is here this evening. Would you come on up? I received a resume and cover letter from Ms. Lewis and also Mr. Valenzuela and Mr. Ruben. Okay, yes. And Ms. Lewis's qualifications were completely outstanding, above and beyond the rest. So would you tell us a little bit about yourself, your qualifications, why you want this position?
Yes, Mayor, Elizabeth Lewis, I live in Marathon, born and raised in Marathon. I have a solo practice currently in Marathon. I went to Texas A&M for undergrad, did law school at St. Mary's, and since then have done several different things. I started out actually as a city prosecutor in Midland, so that's something that I really enjoyed. I have some people here that came too. I apologize. I started out as a city prosecutor, and that was my first kind of entry into the courtroom and into the municipal process. I then went to the DA's office in Midland, where I worked for a couple years. I served as an assistant United States attorney here in Alpine for a little over a year, and since then I've been in private practice. So I'm sorry.
That's okay.
But it's something that I really enjoyed doing. I enjoyed working through TMC-EC trainings. I enjoyed the whole process while I was there in Midland. It was a court of record, so I got to see kind of a deep dive into the whole thing. And when I saw the posting, I thought it was something that I could offer my services for and something that I knew I would enjoy from past experiences. So,
Right, thank you. Okay, so Councilmember Nance.
We read your resume. It's a fantastic resume.
thank you.
Thank you for doing this. And I think your position will be very important as we've been talking about really holding people accountable for the
I'm
ordinance.
gonna call, we need to do a motion in a second.
Oh, yes, thank you. Okay, I need a motion to approve the recommendation.
I'll move that we approve the recommendation of Mayor East for the appointment of the municipal court judge.
Okay, I need a second.
I second.
Okay, so go ahead.
So just great resume, and I think your position will be great as we really try to hold the people accountable for the ordinances that we as the legislative branch put in place.
Absolutely.
Okay. Councilmember Stone.
Mrs. Lewis, thank you for being here and thank you for volunteering for this position as well. Enjoyed our conversation on the phone earlier. I'm gonna just repeat a little bit through that and ask you a couple questions. They are on the record. But want to likewise say what Darren said. Resume is all there. You have experience doing this in the past, and so I look forward to seeing great work coming out of the municipal judge position. With that said, when we were on the phone earlier, I noted that I deeply care about the folks that are in our community that are on fixed incomes or have difficulty paying their bills. So I'm just asking yes or no questions, or you can expand as you like. I'm hoping that are you open to doing indigent payment plans or community service in light of folks that aren't able to pay court bills?
Absolutely. I think that there's always going to be creative solutions that can be reached to further the city's goals, protect citizens, keep things moving forward, and to support those who are indigent and can't maybe, I think that there's always a solution at hand, and I would absolutely support that.
Fantastic. We're in agreement there. I also noted that we want to make sure that we're holding due process and policing standards to the highest. I know that we spoke both about that. The last thing that I have to say there as well is something that I campaigned on was kind of obviously cleaning up city ordinances a lot. I know we all have a goal of doing that. When doing that, I think it's really important our job as a legislative branch of separating what things that are dangerous or deadly versus nuisances versus harmless. And so I think the last line of defense while we're cleaning up ordinances is that the judiciary has the ability to do that in real time. I've had some conversations with Chief Lasoya in particular about looking at ways to be able to charge and prosecute personal cannabis possession to the lowest state allowable offense. And would you be open to work with Chief Lasoya and myself on being able to do that?
Absolutely. Always while keeping in mind, the bounds of judicial discretion, that I'm operating within those bounds, but absolutely, I would be excited to kind of collaborate and figure things out.
Thank you so much.
Councilmember Olivas?
Thank you. We welcome you and it's a pleasure to have you here. I
you.
know you have enough knowledge. And you will help us working all together. Welcome.
Thank you.
Councilmember Stevens?
Welcome, I'm glad you volunteered. Can you talk a little bit about, just for general education, your perspective about a court of record in the municipal court, the pros and cons of each?
Yes, and I apologize. It has been a minute since I was in municipal court. I know that there's a lot more going on in terms of guidelines and things that have to happen, both arraignment proceedings, bench proceedings, jury trials, things like that. I know that there's a lot that goes into that, but I do think that there's a benefit to the community as well. I apologize because I'm not completely up to speed in terms of what's required and the, kind of a cost benefit analysis. But from my experience, it seemed that obviously Midland is a much different municipality than Alpine, but the circumstances there seem to necessitate it. If given the opportunity, would be happy to come back once I'm able to kind of get myself up to speed and discuss that further. But I just know from experience there that it was something that it was a process that was seamless, and there was a lot that went into it behind the scenes. So I don't know if it would serve Alpine. I can't answer that at this moment, but I'd be happy to lend an opinion later on.
Yeah, that'd be great. Because that's keeping costs down, but effective management of caseload is really important.
Right.
My sense is that's the biggest challenge we have on Alpine is managing caseload.
Right.
With the backlog, particularly the 2 years in terms of things going out the door, and you say, boy, let's move our cases through.
Right.
Quickly get them adjudicated.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Escobedo?
Council Stone asked a lot of the questions that I was gonna ask, which I'm glad. The other one question that I do have is, would it be, do you see any conflict between, you having your private practice and then, having to do your duties here?
I don't see a conflict with that right now. As you can see, I'm a mom of two very small kids, so my private practice is kind of having to coast with that. I'm trying to make sure that I'm around to do as much as I can with them, and this kind of seemed like a perfect fit because it kept me doing the things that I enjoy and afforded the opportunity to give back. I don't see that would be a time conflict as of right now. I do have a really fabulous paralegal who's able to help me kind of keep things on track when I am out of the office.
Any other discussion? Okay. Do we need to make an amendment or do we just vote?
You can just vote.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Councilmember Stone?
Aye.
Councilmember Olivas?
Aye.
Councilmember Nance?
Aye.
Councilmember Escobedo? Councilmember Stevens? Okay, City Secretary, the approval of Elizabeth Lewis as the municipal court judge has passed unanimously. Would you please do the swearing in at this time?
You could join me over here, please. First, I'll just need you to sign your statement of officer right here. Okay, please at this time, raise your right hand, hold it up high, repeat after me. I state your name,
I, Elizabeth Lewis,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute the duties of
that I will faithfully execute the duties of
municipal judge
municipal judge
of the state of Texas
for the state of Texas,
and will, to the best of my ability,
and to the best of my abilities,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution and laws of the United States
the Constitution and laws of the United States
and of this state.
and of the state.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, and at this time, before we move to executive reports, we're gonna take a 5-minute break.
No,
Yes. Break. Yes. Coffee, tea, whatever your needs might be. Of us,
Oh, jefe.
I asked my guys if they gonna do what y'all look like this year, and I was like.
Come on.
you need to just get closer. Okay.
You took care of it.
You were smiling.
You'll be beautiful.
I know.
Don't worry about it. We'll be beautiful.
Sí, sí estoy, si estoy haciendo visco, la voy a colgar, ¿eh? You better tell them to not to stop us.
Es que not a close one. I zoom out.
Dígale, no, no los molesten.
Not close.
Not close. De lejos. De lejito porque cerquitas cuernos. Ah.
And so. Which one? He did it on the just original geo. And the law was yeah, this one he hasn't been there that long. He's very long. Yeah. His awards. And you're too.
Yeah. I guess my Thursdays as well.
Oh,
It'd be
was there? No, actually, you
It'd be a library now.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I was like, why? Do you think you're right?
I hope so.
So much. No, yeah, we have been talking about that one, but you know, and I'm really wondering why this. Big all this is being not there.
Oh, yes.
All right, how are we doing on time? Is it time? We're ready? Okay. Hey. All right, we're gonna call the meeting back into session. We're moving to executive reports. City secretary, please set a timer for 6 minutes. City manager or city mayor report, I want to welcome our new council. Based on discussions we've had this evening, I can tell that it's gonna be a good council. Everybody's doing their homework, researching, asking questions, and that's a very good sign. So I am super excited. Of course, as you know, it's time to roll up our sleeves. We have a lot of ordinances to take care of and a lot of work to do, but we are the council that can get that done. And with that, I'm gonna hand it over to city manager.
I don't need a timer. It will be very short and sweet.
Oh.
Kind of reiterating what the mayor said, we do have a lot moving forward. We do have a lot of ordinance cleanup. You guys are gonna have to make some really big decisions over the next 6 to 12 months regarding our infrastructure, possible debt, looking at how to go out for repairs, procurement, so that we can address our current issues. We are also working with our engineers on revising our conservation plan, which we will tie back into our ordinance as well. It is outdated. We do live in the desert. We are in West Texas, and I think we need to help educate and change kind of how we're handling one of our most valuable resources, which is water. So a lot will happen over the next several months. Looking forward to accomplishing great things. I do know that it will take us some time, but I think in the long run, it will help us.
Thank you. All right, council member comments, Councilmember Stone.
Appreciate everyone this evening. Thanks to those that attended. I do want to bring up one quick issue. I've been speaking to a lot of folks, and this is an issue close to me. Many of you know that there's a annual gun show held at the Sul Ross State University each year. And a little background real quick is in the past, there have been no background checks, and they've allowed private cells there. So that can mean that a felon can walk in, a child abuser, someone that has been convicted in a court of law can walk in and buy a gun, an automatic gun, a war weapon. In light of that, the Biden administration this past month released a new ATF ruling that would have corrected the gun show loophole that I just described. Unfortunately, our attorney general sued the administration, and there is now an injunction on that. And so that injunction should end, I believe it's till, if I'm correct, I have it right here, it's till June 2nd. However, that gun show is Labor Day, so they're not really sure exactly how to implement their invitees and so forth. I've made a few phone calls. I've talked to the sheriff who, it looks at it as an opportunity to make some extra bucks. He can go there, sit there, and be able to make background checks and just do it in good faith of the event. The Lions Club is a little bit concerned that they will not get the amount of folks coming out for the event. At the same time, I would, the next time I plan to reach out to them, pose the question like, do you want the right people there? What type of feeling do you want on you that you could be passing along a gun to the next mass or school shooter? This is also in light of Uvalde, which happened 2 years ago this Friday. So in light of all of that, I'm doing some research on my own. There will be an op-ed coming out in the Marfa Sentinel this week speaking to this. And I'm hoping that perhaps some council members can get behind on a resolution that would be asking the Alpine Lions Club to, in good faith, provide background checks as Ronnie Dotson has offered to do. I'm going to try to look within the laws and reach out to the city employees as well, but I just wanted to bring this in light of especially a very tragic anniversary coming up this Friday. Thank you again for this time.
Councilmember Olivos.
Thank you for the opportunity to serve the community. It's a pleasure to be with smart guys working together. And I appreciate the people to come in and guide us and give us the idea so we can go to the right path. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Nance,
No comment?
Councilmember Escobedo,
Um, I'm with, Council, Stone. Recently, we've had a gunshot towards our neighborhood in a residential area from the county. And, we were lucky that my granddaughter didn't get killed or our neighbor. And that's something that was not, well, I'm not okay with that right now. People that don't need guns shouldn't have guns.
thank you. Councilmember Stevens?
No comments, thank you.
Okay, and no comments from me. With that, we're going to recess into executive session. So tonight, the city council will recess into executive session pursuant to section 551.071 and 551.074 to consult with the attorney and also for personnel matters. May I have a motion to recess into executive session?
I'll make the motion to recess into executive session.
I need a second. Okay, any discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. Council-
Aye.
Aye.
City Secretary, it passes unanimously to recess into executive session at 7:35 PM. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you. Rob, we really appreciate you always showing up. Thank you.
Aye.
City Secretary, all council members voted to move into open session at 9:44 PM. Okay, so that brings us to action after executive session. I need a motion.
Okay, I'll make a motion to accept the one-year short-term goals for Gio Calderon, City Secretary, offering a 5% raise effective from May 19th, 2024, with the goals being listed: 1, establish record management policy; 2, establish standard operating procedures for his office; 3, additional reporting requirements to council; 4, training with the inclusion of attending the TML conference in Houston; and 5, continuing to support the city manager.
I need a second.
I second.
Any discussion? Let's vote.
Aye.
Aye.
City Secretary, all members voted unanimously to approve the motion made by Councilmember Nance. Okay, moving on. I need a motion.
Mayor, I make a motion that we accept the city manager's goals and objectives for this next year to include: 1, initiation of an economic development strategy and plan; 2, to initiate a citywide comprehensive plan; 3, to continue to improve employee retention; 4, to continue to improve the IT infrastructure for the city; 5, to restructure the budgeting process; 6, to continue with city manager training and provide legislative updates; 7, to continue with the water infrastructure improvements; 8, to improve the wastewater infrastructure improvements; 9, to continue with the streets maintenance and rehabilitation plan; and number 10, to hire a utility director as soon as reasonably possible, and that the city manager retain the current salary of $157,500 per year.
I need a second.
I'll second.
Okay, any discussion? Let's vote.
Aye.
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 Okay, City Secretary, the motion made by Councilmember Stevens in regard to the city manager's objectives for the year has passed unanimously. Okay, with that, we will adjourn at 9:46 PM.
Hey.
Thank you.